your usual intro, is it? Ted Coningsby channel arriving at Milden Hall with things going off as usual, no matter what time. Welcome to the show. Welcome. A few things dotted about. Things are running. Lovely, absolutely beautiful and gorgeous morning here at Milden Hall. It's heavyweight action. Mildenhall, a USAF station, a United States Air Force station, packed with a variety of units, wings and squadrons. Look at this. So the 100th Air Refueling Wing the 100th Air Refueling Wing, the squadron, the 351st Air Refueling Squadron. They are the bloody 100th. But now, their role is pretty much a gas station of the sky. Been around for so long. So we've got the 100th Air Refueling wing here that we've just seen with the KC-135 Stratotanker. In front of us we've got the CV-22 Ospreys that you can see here. Now the wing that operates these are the 352nd Special Operations Wing. Now the flying component, the group, like the traditional, are the 752nd Special Operations Group. Okay, so just like the United States Army Air Forces, you've got the wing and then the group. Well, the group is the flying component within the wing. Within the operations group there are two flying squadrons, the 60 sorry, we'll start with the 7th as they're on our screen now, the 7th Special Operations Squadron, and we've also got the 67th Special Operations Squadron. Now they fly two aircraft. That's a nice car. They fly two aircraft, the MC-130J Commando 2, which is a Super Hercules, shall we say, a C-130J, and also the C-146 Wolfhound that we've just seen take off on our first start of the show. So they fly those. They're not part of USAF. They're part of AFSOC, which is a different component. Okay, so the USAF part and component is the 100th Air Refueling Wing, so with the Stratotankers in front of us, along with the MC-130J, the C-146 and the CV-22 Osprey. AFSOC stands for Air Force Special Operations Command, and they're part of the United States Air Force, but not part of USAF, if I got that correct. There's also a temporary detachment as well of the 55th Wing, and they operate a range of RC-135s, a range of different varieties of that family, such as the Combat Scent, the Rivet Joint, and the Constant Phoenix, that kind of thing, and they fly with the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron. Of course, we've got other units and wings here, the 501st Combat Support Wing, which I think are at Fairford now, I'm not really sure, or maybe some of it with the sort of the diminishing RAF Alconbury, where they used to have that as their home. But of course, it is a very large station with so much going on here. Can be used for diversion of a variety of heavies as well as fighter jets, and hosts various exercises here. And it is, as they say, Team Milden Hall. The station was actually built to function as a Royal Air Force station in its history. It was built in 1934. There are some stations that are no longer active that were designated straight away for United States Army Air Force use. Okay, are we getting this one? Are we not? It's moving. Don't forget to download our Milden Hall edition Brize Bingo. This is the MC-130J Commando 2. My name's Nikos, and welcome to the show. Okay, so it's going to be a short takeoff. Pilot has requested a short takeoff. Here we go. It's kicking off here. As soon as I got here, I didn't know I was going to get time to... don't think I had time to set up, but I'm glad I did. Runway 10 in use, and the pilots requested a short takeoff. Those remind me of the gouge flaps that were invented by the Short brothers. Sorry, yes, the Short brothers. Sorry, one sec. And it was a retractable flap when you needed more lift or didn't require any more lift. In the end, more lift sounds good, but it creates more drag. More drag requires more fuel. So a great way to save fuel on the short Stirlings, to make the wing narrower. Campsite, which is due to close for the season soon, due for the holidays. Don't forget, it's £2 per person entry fee on gates. Please do respect that. Do abide by that. It's £2 per person, and it is amazing. I mean, we've got a whole field to view in this safe environment. There's even a trailer if you forgot to bring some ladders, if you want an elevated look. There are closing times, please abide by it, and you don't have to be a patron, as in actually staying here with a caravan or a tent to come and view, although you will be asked to pay £2 per person on arrival. Please respect that, please do that, and let's keep this going, this place, because it's amazing. Call signs for these are usually Strix, from the Greek, Latin, Strigas, night owl, hence their nickname, night owls. Force of Special Operations Command. They are the bad boys and girls, for better ways. They can refuel the Osprey, they can refuel themselves. They offer 2 pod on each side of the wing, on each wing a refueling pod. What's next? Are we going to get this? Well, we'll keep our paws crossed. All the covers are on at the moment on all of them, but we've had some pretty a nice sheet of frost this morning. So welcome to the show, welcome to RAF Mildenhall, a United States Air Force Base. And it's amazing, absolutely brilliant. So warm welcome to all of you who've tuned in. Aspen, Margot, Ginger, Dee, Alan Burden, Davey, Margot. Hope you're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Paul Mayers, Dave Holloway, how you doing? Mike Child, it's a beautiful morning, it really is. So welcome to a base, a station rather, that's inspired so many things here, and inspired many of you to through the ages. Many have known it for its iconic aircraft that were here, the SR-71, giving it a massive status amongst the aviation enthusiasts. Amazing to even think that that was here functioning, and detachment 4. There's so much going on, even with the Square D that's there, the legacy, not only on the tower but flies high, still flies the Square D that represents the 100th bomb group, which the RAF Mildenhall's 100th Air Refueling Wing, it's the lineage. It goes all the way back to Thorpe Abbott's, okay? That lineage, that Square D, since they were allocated that bomb group, that 100 bomb group, the 100th Air Refueling Wing are the bloody 100th. So that lineage of flying heavies, the B-17, then onto the B-47, and of course the KC-135 here since 1992. Flag, the Square D rather, flying high, and along with the even the nose art is featured. Won't be able to see it from here, maybe. No, unfortunately, that nacelle is in the way. But you can see the Square D there on that KC-135. So any of the KC-135s that have the Square D are, of course, the 100 Air Refueling Wings. Now, the squadron that fly it are indeed the 351st Air Refueling Squadron. The 351st were one of 4 bomb squadrons that, and it's the only one that survived. The 349th Bomb Squadron which had markings X-Ray Romeo, the 350th Bomb Squadron. They quite romantically had LN. In fact, LN, I know we have the LN marking for Lakenheath, but even the 99th squadron that we're here, the 99 squadron that we're here of the Royal Air Force, actually had Lima November for their actual markings as well, interestingly. I'll carry on with the list. So you had the 349th, 350th, then you had the 351st Bomb Squadron, who had Echo Papa, and the 418th Bomb Squadron, and only one has, only one of the original 4 squadrons are flying with the 100th Air Refueling Wing today. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? You know, that they're still flying that D. Even the nose art, it's quite historical. And RAF Mildenhall is the only wing of the United States Air Force, and probably amongst all the air forces, historically and operationally, are the only ones that fly the Square D operationally. Now, one of the questions I get asked is that you can see the tail there and the fins of the CV-22. Why? And it's a good question. You may not know. Why isn't the Square D on the CV-22 Osprey? Why isn't the Square D on the MC-130J? And the simple answer to that is because they're not part of the 100th Air Refueling Wing. RAF Mildenhall is the only wing to fly operationally. You've got to remember that operationally, their World War II tail marking. It was a system that was introduced. Don't forget, the United States Army, Air Force, and America came in late into the Second World War. So they didn't have the largest of air force, so a lot of things were quite new to them. And having a tail marking system proved a great, effective way to group your bomb squadrons together and identify. They had a series of identifications as well. All right, so if you see, like, I don't know, various other markings, it's probably a more ceremonial, if you see that, because we have had some various markings that have landed here. For example, we've had a Triangle A of the 91st Bomb Group on, I think it was it might have been one of the C-130s, okay. Don't forget, that's historical. We may have even had a Square A. Now, don't forget, the squadrons, each wing historically will always have that. They'll always be connected to their markings. So, for example, the 94th, if they're still flying today, which I believe they are, I think a component, they may be playing a different role, but they'll always have that, is what I'm saying. So whether if they get reinstated, reactivated, then they will still have that as their lineage. It will stay with them. It's just they can't fly it operationally, if that makes sense. But Mildenhall's 100th, on the other hand, they can. Thanks a lot, Perry, for your info. The tanker that went up, 572605. It was, you may have seen the nose art, it was Wolfpack. First flew on the 13th of January 1959, so 2 years after it was put into production. And it started life as a KC-135A, then re-engined on the 26th of Feb 91. With CFM 56 Internationals and designated as a KC-135R. Thanks for your info, Perry. So, all good. And well. So with Lakenheath just been 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying. It is a controlled air traffic zone, CMATS, and it's actually managed both stations, so RAF Mildenhall's aircraft and RAF Lakenheath's aircraft and movements, along with the traffic that flies above them. It's all done at Lakenheath's tower, for your information. It's all done at Lakenheath, and they're called RAPCON, Radar Approach Control. A lot of questions were asked over the weekend about how many there are. It's I'll talk you through it. It's the 48th Operations Support Squadron. They're the air traffic controllers assigned to radar approach control. Now, in short, it's called RAPCON, and they'll be writing down all the information, and they manage the aircraft literally from surface with the, you could say, with blacked out windows, if you want to say that, with the aircraft. They'll help manage and get that aircraft airborne from 0 to about 19,500 feet, or call it 20,000 feet, so be it. They'll manage the aircraft of both Mildenhall and RAF Lakenheath. The slanted windows usually are, they're tinted, 15-degree angled to stop the glare, and it ensures the security and readiness of both military and civilian. You've got to remember, there's going to be aircraft flying around the airspace, flight operations, and it is 24/7. Lakenheath Tower is 24/7. And it manages the airspace out at 60 nautical miles. They also stop any potential of aircraft heading onto each other as well, unknown to the pilots as well. There are crew in Mildenhall's tower. Now, they'll be managing the startups, they'll be managing the engine, deflecting the engine runs. They'll be managing also all the operations that they need to do. So anything operationally will be done here, but the actual air traffic management is all done with RAPCON. And they manage the designated airspace in shifts of about 8 to 12 hours, coordinating with multiple host nations as well, command control agencies across this whole of the East Anglia region. So they arrange and support the daily flight operations of the 48th Fighter Wing, the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, and the 352nd as well. So they'll give a facility for the routine flights and all those complex military exercises that we see. So a question was asked, how many are in there? Like, you know, is there one traffic controller? Well, there's an assist controller and an approach controller, so one of each. The approach controller is basically they are talking to the aircraft, and the assist controller is writing down the altitude and the course flight, so writing down and sliding in the info on a board basically. And they are the 48th Operations Support Squadron. There's a lot of collaboration between the RAPCON team and the pilots, because that is crucial, particularly during adverse weather conditions as well. They'll even make the decision to call out a recall, so they can recall all the aircraft back safely in an event that there's lightning strikes within I can't remember if it was 10 or 20 mile radius. It's one of those, all right, between 10 and 20. It could be between 10 and 20. I suppose they'll have to make that call if it's moving this way, I guess. And the teams basically prevent any conflicts in airspace, safe entrance and exit from designated airspaces, NATO integration, real-world missions as well. Okay, so they'll deal with that and basically support pilots that want to do basic or general handling for the fighter maneuvers. They also assist with civilian air traffic. As you can imagine, there's so much going on above us. Responsibilities include the safety of civilian passengers and military aircraft as well. So it's managed by Lakenheath's RAPCON. So remember that. And air traffic controllers, they'll also have regular extensive training and proficiency tests. I know we always associate simulators with pilots, but they also have do training on simulators as well. So a good air traffic controller is, again, like pilots, always training, always ready for that combat power. I've heard, I spoke to an air traffic controller and said it, and between the, it can be quite fun, especially when it gets busy at Lakenheath, because we've all seen it. And also, I've heard from a pilot say that it's always nice to hear an American accent on their way back, transiting back. When they hear that, it always makes them feel like home. So transiting from the US, heading for Lakenheath, and they hear that American accent, I like that story. I think it's quite nice. So there you go. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Let's have a little look at what's going on the ASP of the CV-22s. We've had 3 movements already in such a short space of time, which is quite nice. That KC-135 over there, which we don't always get that over there, but there we go. Still some of the original World War II hangars. Here it is, just over there. Look at that. One of the originals. Original hangar there. And I've got a lovely photo of that from 1939, or 38, 39. With Wellington bombers flying over there. That was pretty cool. Handley Page Hayford was the first to fly here, by the way, with 99 Squadron. The Handley Page Hayford got its name from where it was built in Upper Hayford. It was given the name Handley Page Hayford. And moved here, and it was with 99 Squadron, who today fly the C-17 at Brize Norton. Imagine that legacy, literally from Hayford to, wow. I hadn't really had a look at what else they've flown in the past, but Hayford was their mark here. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much. Margot, Davey, Ashburn, Leah, Ginger Bailey, Captain A. Glad you're back. Smash Tracks, Michael Woodbridge, Alan Q, CPR. So welcome to the show. What an amazing place. And the reason, by the way, for the another reason for that honour to have the Square D is that it's the return of the 100th Air Refueling Wing, the lineage of the 100th Bomb Group, because they're about 25 miles from Thorpe Abbott Station 139, so they were given that honour being so close. A bit like the story with the Chaumont Air Base in 1952, when the 48th Fighter Bomb Wing were activated in France, and because they were so close to the place that the Statue of Liberty was designed and built, then they had that honour. So a lot of geographics plays a major part, of course, in the wings, groups, squadrons history as well. So today I'll be finishing a bit early. It is Kimberly's birthday today. That's Claire Bear's daughter. It's her 17th birthday today, so a happy birthday. And on this day, Kimberly, in 1903, the Wright brothers got their first major flight of the Wright Flyer. So a great date to be born on. Tom Cruise is just cycling past. Sounds good, doesn't it? Ginger, take care, mate. See you Friday. See you Friday, mate. Ali Leyland, thank you very much for your birthday wishes to Kimberly. So just for those that don't know how the markings worked in the Second World War for the United States Army Air Force, here we go. Is a little, I think you can see that all right. I think there, don't we? Just brighten that up. So of course you've got an Air Force. Now the 100th Air Refueling Wing is part of the 3rd Air Force today. So you've got an Air Force. Now I've designated this as part of 8th Bomber Command of the United States Army Air Force. Had a name change, don't get confused with that. It did become the 8th Air Force in the end ultimately. But you've got an Air Force, okay, so just like the 3rd Air Force, but they also had divisions, okay? So there was a division underneath, okay, and it was split. So with the 8th Air Force, they had 3 divisions, and in those divisions they had wings, then there was a group, okay, there were several groups, and then you had the squadrons with each group. Now each symbol, you may see some B-17s and B-24s with shapes and letters, right? So the triangle is for the 1st Air Division of the 8th Air Force, the circle for the 2nd Air Division of the 8th Air Force, usually on the B-24 Liberators, and then you've got the square, hence the square D. So now you know that the 100th Bomb Group were part of the 3rd Air Division. Okay, there you go, you're almost there. Just a few takeaways here for you. So fighter groups, each fighter group had 3 squadrons. The one roundel, which I've spoken about before, I've still got to get you a colour timeline of how the United States Army Air Corps designed and made the roundels a lot more productive as opposed to safety and recognition of friend or foe. They did have a red meatball within the White Star, and that was blue, but when they were operating in the Pacific, Battle of Midway, all that kind of stuff, red meant Japan, so they had to omit that. So by the 15th of May 1942 there was no red dot. Now the bar, you may see sometimes a red star and bar. They added the bar just to make it, literally for visibility. They literally added an extra, and how distinctive is that? And it still flies today, that one star. And literally from May the 15th, early 1942, they got rid of the 2 roundels. All right, I love AI because they get it wrong. I'm quite sad really, but the minute I see aircraft that they are what's the word, claiming that it's a new aircraft, I look out for the United States Air Force roundels. 1, there's 2 of them, so I'm like, and 2, it's upside down. The point must be parallel, ladies, gents and teddy bears. The point must be parallel with the wing. Yes, you can have an angle, the bar, like that, but the point, it shouldn't be the 2 ends, it's upside down. So, makes me laugh. So it's just here's some randoms that I've just thrown in randomly. So the triangle K of the 379th, part of the 1st Air Division, the square D of course, and the circle Z, 491st Bomb Group. Now each division, okay, they had attached fighter wings. So it wasn't just a random fighter wing that can go out and escort them and carry them to safety on their bombing run. So the 1st Air Division had the 67th Fighter Wing, and I've got the groups here that are attached to it. So the 100th Bomb Group, attached to them, okay, was the 66th Fighter Wing, and these are the bomb groups that were helping them out. Quite amazing, isn't it? Here's the 1st Air Division, just really quickly, a little takeaway for you, if you can see that. And let's go on to the next page. Okay, so I've got there's a bit here of the 2nd Air Division with the circles. There's a little bit there just explaining. You've also got a full load of there when I was doing the let's have a look what else we got here. So okay, let's have a little bit more breakdown. 8th Air Force, there's the division, 3 of them. Now each wing had 12 to 15 wings. Within them there was bomb groups with 35 to 45, bomb squadrons 140 to 180. Amazing. Okay, and then there's all the squares. There you go. All right, hope that makes sense. No particular order. It was in no particular, it was done at random and for security. Now, let's take RAF Thorpe Abbots, for example. How are we doing, ladies and steady bears? Hope we're all good. Let's take Thorpe Abbots, for example, Station 139. Why did they change it? Why didn't they just call it RAF Thorpe Abbots? Well, you know how my pronunciation is, for better words, awful. Especially with the legendary United States title called a wonderful place called Arkansas. Do you remember that incident? Imagine me as a pilot, just going over Arkansas. Air traffic controller, say what? Yeah, exactly. So it literally is. There was a few reasons. One, pronunciation. I know that it's a lot of people that are learning the town names from different countries of England. We have like Norwich. I hear US personnel or just general, people from America say Norwich. I understand that it's got a W in it. So why is it not pronounced Norwich? I get it. And there was is it Wyndham? And it's why it should be pronounced Widenham, but it's Wyndham. They just ignored the N in there, or the H, or whatever it is. But hey, look, listen, it's all historical. But the thing is, imagine in World War II, those young men just being sent out there into bombers and P-47s. The last thing they need to do is just start trying to learn how to, but the thing is, it was a thing. They did have to learn some of the local lingo. So tally-ho and, chocks away, bandits, angels, all this kind of new lingo, because they were introduced into the war. Young men setting sail, Ile-de-France, the Queen Mary, all that kind of stuff, setting sail into the unknown. And let's face it, and that story I told you about the Wright brothers, with that thing with Curtis and the Wright brothers getting the patent and actually making hell for Curtis. Curtis literally, though, although they pioneered the Wright brothers flying, but Curtis was the man behind engines, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. He had the engines, and because they got the patent, Curtis was struggling to produce planes. The Wright brothers got that patent, but this was the thing. But the United States government had enough, because the patent went ahead, and the Wright brothers were asking for royalties. Okay, so it was their invention. But the thing is, if you've got an enemy country actually producing planes anyway, the US government thought, right, forget it, everyone can make planes, it doesn't matter, that's it, it's the end of it. Curtis, all these companies, you need defence. It's like, sorry, but we're not going to have defence of aircraft, because and things like this. It made a major. They actually, like I told you the story before with Curtis and the Wright brothers, they were so focused on that lawsuit. Curtis was just still trying to make stuff, but he found a loophole with the help of Henry Ford. You may have heard of Henry Ford. He had the same problem with someone creating a car or a vehicle, and he actually won his case, and he showed Curtis how to do it. It was basically changing the design. It was Curtis that designed the ailerons, all right, which we use today. So he was focusing, and then one of the Wright brothers died, and Wilbur and Orville, one of the brothers died, and Orville blamed it on Curtis, and it was a mess, because they were so focused on blaming Curtis for that death as well. But Curtis just cracked on with it, and he really pushed it, and the Curtis P-40 and all these aircraft that he was making. So it just goes to show, never lose focus on what you're supposed to do sometimes. Don't get wrapped up too much into the negative side of things. Actually, we don't even promote negativity on this channel anyway. But it's interesting to see that cut off. So back to Station 139. So they got rid of the pronunciation side of and the admin side of it, and for security as well. They believed that naming the place potentially posed a risk, which has some truth with the way that the RAF got rid of having the squadron numbers on the side of their Wellingtons and all their aircraft, the Harrow, all these aircraft that have the battle with the squadron numbers like 139, 115, and you know, when reconnaissance was already there during the first and interwar period and Second World War, there was a lot of reconnaissance going on, a lot of spy aircraft, and you know, if you see a Wellington with 115 written on it land at Marham, you're like, we know what they operate, we know what squadron they are, we know what they do and what they carry. So they scrapped that and had a 2-letter system for the squadrons. A little bit different with the US Army Air Force. They had their markings, they painted the cowlings with certain colours and designs, but hey, the Royal Flying Corps and the Royal Air Force had these markings as well, hence Coningsby's 29 Squadron XXX, the zigzags of 6th Squadron, the square yellow and green of who does that one? That's 20, I think it was 25 with the elephant. I like to say that. I'm thinking of 3 Squadron, but I don't think they had it was like a checker of yellow and green. It was one of the Tornado. Anyway, whatever. What I'm saying is that they were similar but a little bit different. So they got rid of the names because they felt that, hey, one, we may struggle to pronounce it. So pronunciation admin, which is true even for me. I get it wrong. So there you go, that's the reasons behind it. I hope you're all good. We had a good start to the morning, didn't we? Free just like that. We'll be finishing, well, probably on time or a little bit earlier today. One, it's freezing and it's Kimberly's birthday today as well, so I said I'll pack up by sort of 14:30, but that said, of course, if we don't get any movement for 2 hours, then I will call it off anyway. That's kind of like our oi oi, happy Christmas to all of you at RAF Mildenhall, a great place. And the other thing is, while we're here, it does give me a chance to talk to you about history, any questions that you have about the 4-engine bomber that arrived with the Royal Air Force for the first time, which was indeed the short Stirling, but there was another one called the Supermarine. Lots of amazing questions, so if you got any, reel them out. Okay, so just trying to see, I think the covers are on all of them, so I don't think we're going to get anything from there at the moment, anyway. So yeah, we've had a KC-1, well, we had the C-146 Wolfhound, followed by the KC-135, and then followed by the MC-130J. Oh yes. So for those that don't know the story, and well, while it's quiet, in case you don't know and want a little bit of a takeaway with this, I'll let me just roll that back. So today is Kimberly's birthday, and wow, 122 years ago, first ever flight of, shall we say, heavier than air aircraft. Don't forget, flight, aviation itself, well, flight is, you can have lighter than air aircraft. So don't forget, you've got balloons and kites, which were around way before the actual flight. But for me, aviation itself, actual flight, is a component of a controlled craft, okay, with a machine. Okay, so you can have a kite, doesn't have a machine, it is controlled, so you need an element of all of them. So we're talking about on this day, 17th of December, that is correct. So for those who don't know, I mentioned it very briefly, but it was in 1899. We have to go back to Dayton, Ohio, and forgive me if I get any of the pronunciations wrong. I'm sure I got that one right, Ohio, right? Now, there was a bicycle shop, and it was named, for those who don't know, the Wright Cycle Company. And it was where 32-year-old Wilbur Wright and his younger brother, Orville, they actually run a bicycle shop, repairing and designing new styles of bikes. But the two were literally a remarkable team. Wilbur was the one with the ideas. He had the creative mind, but Orville was basically the one that can actually produce something. He had the hands of the two minds, shall we say. So one thinking it, one making it. A great combination, a bit like a Wizzo and a pilot scenario in some ways. But I suppose, you know, when we were younger, you know, looking at planes flying, you know, always fascinating. But for Wilbur and Orville literally, you know, Wilbur was the Orville was the practical one that could digest his brother ideas and inventions in reality. And it was one day, literally, Wilbur was inspired by birds flying, and I suppose I did today, actually. It's funny that you said that. I saw this a red kite just warping its wings, and in fact Wilbur had already identified this, and he looked at how birds shifted their wingtips in order to bank. And aviation, like I said, was not a new thing. There were kites and balloons at that time, so it wasn't something completely new. They've already been invented, but to actually control it is different. And Wilbur understood that an aircraft, in order to be stable, and it needed to have a design that was unstable, if that makes sense. So if you look at a bird flying, it does warp its wings, hence wing warping. And it would be known as literally wing warping. And you can get a kite in the air, but for a person to get a person on it is another thing. So imagine his thinking of a giant kite. Okay, so here's where we've already got things flying, but not a person on it. So Wilbur and Orville decided to build full-size gliders. Just like that, the bulb just went above the head, and Wilbur understood the connection that things that fly need wind. So they also looked for somewhere safe to land. So like a beach, for example. A place with lots of sand, a beach. And it was in 1902 at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, they took their first manned flight with their full-size non-powered airship at the time, and Wilbur took the flight and crashed but survived. Okay, it's where you add engines to it that makes it, for me, aviation of what we know. 500 miles away though from Ohio, Hammondsport, New York, a motorcycle legend called Glenn Curtis was already on their tail for flight status, and Curtis was another innovative genius experimenting with the recently created internal combustion engines. He was so you could say if you put those two together, they could have created something even more amazing. So Curtis was really going for combustion engines. He too also had a motorbike or a bike shop that he fitted his motorcycles with powerful engines since 1901. He was also inspired by flight, and in 1903, on this day, 17th of December, Kitty Hawk, after spending a massive $1,000 of that time, the Wright brothers returned to the beach with their new aeroplane. Then they called it the Wright Flyer, and they installed a 12-cylinder horsepower engine and improved the rudder system, and that was it. She flew over the sands gracefully, and she flew for 852 feet and flew for about 59 seconds, and it was indeed the first controlled manned aircraft. But this was a start to its own war, because they filed a patent, but word for their first successful flight got out. They were worried. They thought, hey, this is cool, we got to patent this, but not being funny, and they were pretty looked upon to say, hey, that's quite good, I'm going to try it. So word got out, and Glenn Curtis, he knew about it, and he sent them a letter. He sent the Wright brothers a letter to offer them a collaboration with him, because he was great at building engines and installing his state-of-the-art new powerful engine, and the Wright brothers patent had not yet been approved yet. So what the Wright brothers did, they held it off. They got the letter, they had the collaboration offer, but they wanted to wait until the patent came through. A week after that letter was received, the patent was approved. So once it was approved, that was pretty much it. They were like, yeah, we'll have a little think about it, which they got it. And this meant that no one could build airplanes. Okay, they got the patent, and the Wright brothers now had sole power legally to build airplanes and prevent anyone else from doing so. So they turned down Curtis's offer, but this meant a war of its own. This meant rivalry, and in 1907 Curtis teamed up with Alexander Bell, hence the Curtis Bell, if you remember that, and they set out on developing completely different design. With the Wright brothers having the patent, Curtis had to come up with a completely different design. He was a master of powerful engines. And then one day Curtis designed the aileron, a hinged flaps on the wings, and this is of course in use today. And Curtis and his crew built a new type of aircraft, and he installed a 2-blade propeller, 40 horsepower now, and this engine was called the Junebug, and the engines at this time were fitted to the rear of the plane. Now through time, rear engines were moved to the front because of safety. During crashes, a lot of the pilots would actually get crushed from the engine being at the back. So it was quite a bit of a design fault. But hey, things are new. And then the completion, there was a competition that was actually put out by the Scientific American, and it was put out on the 2nd of April 1908, and they offered a £1,000 award trophy, and this was advertised in the paper. Now, first ever gathering, this was like a first ever gathering for aviation fans to come and see airplanes fly. I mean, can you imagine that? We're talking about, all the way in 1908, come and see aeroplanes flying. You can imagine all that real cool newspaper style. And the Wright brothers, they actually turned that invitation down for the competition and left Curtis to be the sole participant. So he was the only one viewed by all these people. Just think, they probably thought he's the man, and yet the Wright brothers actually did the first one. Not sure if that was a good move, but Curtis took off for the test flight on the 3rd of June, that was in 1908, in a plane called Junebug, and he got airborne, but then disaster struck as he crashed into a field. His crew ran out to the crash site, but remarkably, Curtis walked away with a few scratches. Blaming himself, he told his men that they would still fly it on the competition day. He was determined, and he pushed his team to repair the aircraft ready for the competition, and the competition date was set for the 4th of July 1908, and it was held at Stony Brook Farm, New York. And then Junebug just literally crashed that day before, repaired the next day, and Glenn Curtis was about to fly a plane that literally was just rebuilt after a crash, and in front of all the spectators he got airborne and flew for over a mile, and he did it, and he flew for nearly 2 whole minutes. Spreading of his aviation success went everywhere, and he made history. And he also set a record of 2 minutes. So I'm sure that the Wright brothers were probably fuming. They missed out on an opportunity there, in my opinion. But hey, that's how they felt about it at the end of the day, and they were holding on. They were holding on to that, and the Wright brothers were furious. And this was now a war with the Wright brothers, who pioneered the first flight against a man who knew how to advance it. And in September 1908, the Wright brothers went all out by seeking a $25,000 contract with the US Army. That's quite a smart move, the US Army, to do that, because that's going to be a major customer, and this would be a huge client for the Wright brothers. After a full week of demo flights, Orville was confident he could get the contract with the US Army. He already clocked up 62 minutes in one flight on the 9th of September 1908, so he was fully confident, and in the presence of Curtis as well, who was there. So Curtis was about to witness this sort of like flight to kind of like sell the aircraft to a contract to the US Army, and Curtis was there. But unknown to the Wright brothers, there was Lieutenant Tom Selfridge, who was actually friends with Curtis. Okay, now Orville was completely confident, and he knew the engines were too weak and underpowered though. Curtis was like, it's not going to fly, your engines are too weak. See, Curtis knew, and it was Lieutenant Tom Selfridge was like, hey, he contacted Glenn Curtis and said, because they were friends, and he said, come and have a look at this, what do you think? So Glenn Curtis is like, well, in my opinion, they're underpowered. And Curtis was actually, invited by this very person that the Wright brothers were trying to get the contract. He was the highest ranking of that time, but also Lieutenant Tom Selfridge also had a great knowledge of aviation, and Orville knew Selfridge was the key person to impress. So he actually took Selfridge, the highest ranking person that was there on a flight, a 2-seat flight, okay? And, and it was an official demonstration. And after takeoff in front of the US military, it ended in disaster. The plane lost control at 75 feet and crashed, killing Selfridge. Orville suffered a broken femur, broken ribs, and barely survived the crash. Well, the contract was lost. In 1909, there was an exhibition with a flying festival, and recovered Wilbur was not going to miss this opportunity. Curtis was also present and still proposed a collaboration once again, but Wilbur turned it down. But this was where the Wright brothers began to lose sight, because they then focused on lawsuits against Curtis, and Curtis is nearly at breaking point here when he was visited by someone. So he was just about to completely lose faith, and this man, legend of automobiles, it was indeed Henry Ford, who, after 8 years of fighting the same scenario, he won a court case and visited Curtis to fight the Wright brothers. This was the turning point, and Henry Ford knew that with each claim the Wright brothers proposed and made against Curtis was then told by Henry Ford, change the design a little bit, make them file another one and another one, meaning that the Wright brothers would have to file another claim. And while the Wright brothers spent time focused on lawsuits, Curtiss just spent time on designs. This was his advantage, and he pioneered the Navy seaplane. Aerial bombardment and designs he made are still in use today. In 1912, Wright brothers had not progressed at all in their aviation innovation, and they were all wrapped up in this lawsuit against Curtiss. They became literally obsessed with the lawsuit with Curtiss. At the age of just 45, Wilbur passed away after contracting typhoid fever, and Wilbur was fixed for 2 years, dedicated to lawsuits and legal battles. Orville was devastated after the loss of his brother and partner, and by January 1914, a letter arrived stating that the US Court of Appeal declaring that the Wright brothers are the sole pioneers in the art of flight, that 20% of royalties is owed to anyone who creates airplanes, but still blaming Curtiss for the death of his brother. Orville declines the right for Curtiss of any royalties. They said, yeah, that's fine, but not to Curtiss. It was so bitter in that history. And then, of course, World War I begins in 1914. Now, this war, for the first time in history, the war would also have be fought over the air, and Germany had, you know, tens and thousands of these aircraft, and the USA and the world was no match for the German Air Force. So when the US entered the war in 1917, the US government had no choice but to intervene and forced the Wright Company to give 1% royalty to every company building planes, including Glenn Curtiss. Curtiss was now able to finally free and build these masterpieces. He sold 7,000 fighters for the war. Just think, if that didn't happen, 7,000 less in the inventory to make aviation, aircraft for aircraft for the war. Orville's career was over and retired, while Curtiss excelled and succeeded. Long after this, both are still together, really, because there is, as you may know, there is a company called the Curtiss Wright, which is still going today. It is amazing how you can lose sight of what you're supposed to be doing and fixed in a bit of war with something that you should be really focused in on what you're good at. And that, for me, was a bit of a, played a major part for the Wright brothers. And then, to imagine showing them this then, a tilt rotor. I'm going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. I hope you enjoyed that. Got a little alarm going in the background. Last time it was the engines, wasn't it, of the Griffin, which is kind of cool. I'm just going to put this, hopefully that doesn't get in the way. Right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go and grab a cup of tea because it is absolutely freezing out here. Anyway. I can hear a CV-22 Osprey, but I can't see it. Oh yeah, come on. You know how it is. That was just a bit of flexing. There are CV-22s around the other side that we can't see. But we may be getting a KC-135, which is probably the one all the way down near the A1 1101. The Osprey was flexing. Come up in it, so I'm just having a quick cup of tea, if I may. Come on. Yeah, unfortunately tomorrow though, the weather has got the better of everyone, I think, tomorrow. How we doing? I thought I'd bring my tea up here. Be sociable, innit? Hey? Oh my word. Goodness me, it's yeah, it's definitely a cold one today, so I'll see how long I can last up here. It's nice to get runway 10. Actually, it's nice to get it all mixed up, innit? Nice mix of runways. So there is a KC-135 on ADS-B at the minute. So let's hope that results in a departure. Woo! Oh. Right, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. There you go. You may have heard me in the background. Anything suspicious or anything like that, do you know, do let the authorities know. And of course, like I said, if anything that's, you know, emergency, then 999 it, which is our emergency number to the emergency services. So if you ever come across things like that, don't, you know, do write things down. That leaflet that I'm going to print out, hopefully I'll get that for the new year. It'd be quite nice. Yeah, so let's look after everyone. That one's pinging, isn't it? So, sorry about the alarm there going off. Pretty cool, isn't it? Now, hopefully next week I will be receiving, or maybe by Friday I'll have it, I'll be receiving my new jacket. Hopefully this looks promising to be going out. Again, like I said, just very briefly just then, you know, we do take safety and security seriously. It is what we do. You know, if you see anything suspicious, please report it. There are numbers as well on the fences, especially for drones as well, because that's a complete no. And you know, if you see anyone messing around with the fence, blocking crash gates, damaging the fences, or just non-plane spotting attitude, as you know, as in asking some very strange questions. There's a lot of us that have that can relate to that have heard this before. You know, just asking some very odd questions. There's been a couple of incidents which, you know, around certain places that I've been, and yeah. Yes, so the Nook campsite, which is where I am, I believe closes next week. I'm not sure what day, probably the 22nd or the 23rd. I'm actually not sure which one it is. That is a nice car. Honda S2000. Yes, that is cool. Yeah, man. Oh my word. That is a lovely... Oh, I haven't seen one of them for a long time. Now that it's gone by and dry. I'll wait till you get a side shot of it. There's the localizer. Look at this. Ready? Oh, nice. Sorry, that'll do. we're a military aviation channel, but that was nice. I thought I'd get it from a distance there. So, sorry if you didn't. It's actually got like a pearlescent green to it as well. That was kind of cool. results in a departure. So to my right are U-28 Draco and a P-21, and yes, it does have a Pratt & Whitney PT6 engine. These are the U-28s. Oh, PT6 on these, isn't it? Cool. You don't see these very often, I'll tell you that. Look at that. I smell Pratt & Whitney PT6s on those. Nice. Is that like a... I can't work out if that's like a protector on the rudder, or is that actually a marking? Can't work that out. Woo. So welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents and teddy bears, a place where in 1920s it was proposed to build a station for Bomber Command here at Mildenhall, but originally on its construction began with an earlier name, and it was known as RAF Beck Row, right up until 1933, just a year before it was completed. So initially it was going to be called Beck Row. Beck Row is literally to my left now, literally in the direction of those CV-22s. It's over there. It was going to be called Beck Row, but when they changed the name like that, it can be to do with a similar name situation. So you'll have two stations that sound quite similar. So we all know Yeovilton. There was also Yelverton, which they changed Yelverton to Harrowbeer to stop the confusion. Even RAF Carterton was now known as RAF Brize Norton. That had a name change as well prior to its completion. It was built in 1934 on the 16th of October, and RAF Mildenhall, as it was chosen to be called, which again is a town nearby, opened, and it was King George V who officially dedicated the base, and that was on the 19th of October of 1934. The first ever wing commander here, the wing co, was F.J. Linnell, OBE, who assumed command here. And just a day later, on the 20th of October of 1934, the Mac Robertson Air Race of the Royal Aero Club began. And it's a race that I wish was going on today. It's the Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia race. And it was British CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black who won in de Havilland's masterpiece, the DH-88 Comet, named Grosvenor House, and it was a wooden construction, and this was the basis, shall we could say that it was the basis for a proven fact that the Mosquito would be a very successful fighter bomber aircraft, and it was. And this is what he proposed to the Air Ministry, but of course, as we know, they kept turning him down. When he eventually got the go-ahead, they said you can't make it a bomber, it has to be reconnaissance, because they saw and deemed using wood on planes was actually regressing and going backwards. They believed that metal was the way. How wrong were they? Now, the Grosvenor House took just 71 hours. That's a phenomenal amount of time to complete Melbourne to Australia in a wooden aircraft, DH-88 Comet, and they won £10,000 trophy money. And it wasn't until the following month, on the 15th of November, 99 Squadron were the first to become operational here, the first unit, who today fly at RAF Brize Norton, flying the C-17s. Now, their markings were actually eventually in the Second World War, Lima, November, when they got their Wellington bombers. But for now, in 1934, they received the Handley Page Hayford bomber, a wingspan of 75 feet, a length of 58 feet, with two Rolls-Royce Kestrel, which were at the time the thing, around 525 horsepower, had a speed of 142 miles per hour with a 2,500 pound payload. Now, I might have a picture of the Hayford. Shall I have a look? I've got one. Talk history, you get aircraft, hopefully. Do I have a Hayford diagram? I do usually, but whether or not I have it here is another matter. Hang on. Oh, I might not have it today. I don't know why I haven't got it today. Oh no. It's obviously taken flight, unfortunately. I have lost my Hayford diagram. Oh no. Oh well. Trying to see if I can maybe have it somewhere else. Still have it not. Oh, that's a shame. I don't have my Hayford diagram, unfortunately. Ah. Okay, no worries. I was having a look through my my book. No worries. It's a huge biplane, basically, and you can tell from a wingspan of 75 feet with a length of 58. Now, in 1935, forming from 99 Squadron with their B flight, it was usual to have a B and a C flight that would form into another squadron, and it was indeed 38 Bomber Squadron. In 1936, 3 Group took command of Milden Hall, originally just for a month. In September, number 5 Group assumed command here, but a month later in October they moved into Lincolnshire, and 3 Group was key to here. By the end of 1936, a conversion to the Hendons, a night bomber, and also Feltwell opened as well, which from here is about 10 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying. It still serves under the 48th Intelligence of USAF today. And in April of 1937, 149 Squadron arrived with the Vickers Wellington bomber. And, well, they converted in 1938 along with number 99 Squadron, who also converted to the Wellington bomber. Now, the Wellington bomber, again, I've got a lovely example of that one. So I don't have a Hayford bomber, unfortunately, but I do have a Vickers Wellington bomber, and it was a bit of an icon here around this area, around Cambridge, Ely, Suffolk, Norfolk. It was a beautiful, beautiful twin-engine bomber, at first powered by the Bristol Pegasus. Mark IIs had the, they did actually fit Rolls-Royce Merlins in these, but decided to go with a more powerful Bristol Hercules engines, producing 1,500 horsepower in each engine. It's the most produced bomber of the Royal Air Force. A lot of people don't realise that although the Lancaster was very, successful heavy bomber, it was actually the Lancaster. The Lancaster was made at 7,737 or so. The Wellington, 11,461. And that probably doesn't include the prototype, but there it is. Could carry 4,500 pounds of bombs, about 240, 250 max speed, had a service ceiling of around 20,000 feet. You know, it was a very, very successful aircraft. In fact, they actually made this in 16 different main variants. I say main variants because there was also like Coastal Command and things like that, and different other variants that they were testing out. So there we go, a bit of a legend around here. And there's a few villages that have this sort of painted, and towns when you drive through, painted. And it was made in the same specification, by the way, as the Handley Page Hampden. There was also a Vickers Warwick and a Vickers VC-1 Viking, which they kind of developed that into. They did make a 4-engine version of this. So it was pretty cool. So the same specification was B932, and like I said, you know, and what's beautiful about it, the actual airframe itself was designed by Sir Barnes Wallis, which literally was called the geodetic airframe. A bit like the fence that you can see here, easy to assemble, can take lots of battle damage, easy to repair. And it was wrapped in Irish linen, I believe it was. You know, and there was also a propaganda poster that I seen once upon a time. You know, if you had scrap metal during the Second World War, it was needed for the bomb machine guns, cannons, and cannon shells. Waste paper for bomb washers, engine gasket washers, bomb interior. It was quite an amazing. Some of the posters that I've been coming across has been quite amazing. But the Wellington could take a lot of battle damage with that, and it was quite amazing to see this progress. Really, it was quite impressive. Really impressive with its 4,500 pound of bomb load. It had a crew of 5 or 6 with a length of 64 feet 7 inches. That's 19.69 meters. Wingspan 86 feet and 2 inches. The Lancaster had about 102 feet, just to give you an idea. Empty weight of this 18,556 pounds. With a range, at a good range, about 2,600 as well. 6 to 8 machine guns, and it was a great aircraft. And you can see a little example of the geodetic airframe just here. Quite amazing, really, and a world record setter as well. Going across the screen in a minute. Let's see. She's going to look rather funny from here. There's a man on a cherry picker, and I need to zoom out. Yeah, I'll just zoom out. Yeah, you would have gone beautifully on that screen. If you turned around, that would have been literally. Yeah, he would have literally been perfect on that screen, wouldn't he? Yeah. And the Wellingtons did take part as well in the Second World War, of course, and especially on the first day, 6 hours into the declaration of war, so on the 3rd of September 1939, 6 hours in the early hours of the new day, 3 Wellingtons of 149 Squadron took off for a raid to bomb German battleships in Kiel. And then, of course, early 1939 and then 1940, Lakenheath became a decoy airfield for RAF Mildenhall. Now, a decoy airfield, they are a fake airfield to protect and actually sort of lure enemy bombers to attacking the decoy airfield instead of the real thing. So basically, Lakenheath, just to the south of the village of Brandon, or the town of Brandon, they made a fake Mildenhall. That's right, a fake Mildenhall. If you want to know what that looks like, well, they had a fake runway. They had fake Wellington bombers, because of course you want to make it look like the real place, so you want the You want the aircraft to match. And there would have been a protected bunker with officers inside operating the lights. Now there was a K and a Q site. Lakenheath, I believe, was a Q site. K site for daytime, Q site for nighttime operations. Now what that means is you need to make sure that the lighting systems at night work. So they had fake buildings, even with cloth material. And this is a layout of the bunker. So you would have had a blast wall. The 2 officers would have gone in to operate the bunker, operate all the control room. You had the switchboard to operate the lights. Hey, my job is to try and get bombed. That's exactly right, my friend. And then you've got a ladder here, so that's the cross section. So that's here, a little cutout. The airman operates a moving spotlight to mimic taxiing aircraft. There's the engine room in there. And that was it, really. That's exactly what they did. And Lakenheath was actually bombed 5 times, as in the decoy airfield. So that meant that it protected Mildenhall on those 5 occasions. So it worked. It really did. So that's great success on that respect. But in the end, the expansion of Mildenhall began because Mildenhall had satellite stations. It was decided to actually build a functioning station called RAF Lakenheath. Now it was to serve under Mildenhall. There was 3 satellite stations. They're basically portals, extensions, parenting, an extension of Mildenhall. They were RAF Newmarket Heath, Tuddenham, and of course Lakenheath. In 1941, Lakenheath was finally constructed, and in November 1941, 149 transitioned to the short Stirling bomber, which I do have here actually. Short Stirling bomber. There it is. There's our short Stirling bomber. And I was on about the gouge flaps. They were here, and they used to retract or extend, and it would make the short Stirling wings thinner. And it was developed from the short Sunderland, because if you look at a short Sunderland, the flying boat, what the Short brothers did, they actually cut the lower deck off. Still got this angled back, which a lot of aircraft have, especially transport aircraft. They have these for the sea spray, but of course the short Sunderland. But there it is, there's our short Stirling. Now this was the first 4-engine heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force. But it wasn't to be the first ever, because indeed there was Supermarine that were given the go-ahead to build 2 prototypes. Now the Short brothers were also second in the running, but it was given first of all to the Supermarine. Now the specification was B12, so for a heavy bomber, 3.6, so it came out, that tells you that Air Ministry specification came out in 1936. Okay, now before I show you this, I'm going to show you the first proposed 4-engine bomber, sort of. I say sort of because you're going to have to hear me out. Now I know what you're thinking, Nikos, that is a B-17. Right, now there was a Supermarine bomber called 316, and then there was a 317, and there was also 318, and it would have looked something similar to this, which is why I'm showing you. There was 2 prototypes, and Supermarine were about to create a superb heavy bomber. The first ever 4-engine heavy bomber was going to be called the Supermarine 317. They declined the 318 because the engines were just too powerful for it. It was boasting a service ceiling of around 40,000 feet. And the speed was something ridiculous, estimated at around over 300 miles per hour. It was going to have a ridiculous amount of bomb load. and it was going to look something like this, okay? However, disaster literally struck. There was two fundamental things why that didn't go ahead. And what happened? Well, the Luftwaffe on a bombing raid blew up the factory and destroyed the two prototypes. That's right. And guess what? You may know the history of R.J. Mitchell, sadly, bless him. He sadly passed away, so their main designer, dead, sadly passed away. The two prototypes destroyed. They gave no option but to give the S-29 a chance. And the short Stirling, the Mark I, had a crew of 7, length of 87 feet 3 inches with a wingspan of 99 feet. And it had this ridiculous height. Why? Because they found it was struggling on takeoff. The angle of attack sat like this, gave it a bigger angle of attack. If you look at the wings, look at the high angle wings, look at them, beautiful. They thickened the wings. Empty weight on this was 49,600. Can you believe that empty weight? At a 14,000 pound of bombs. Max speed at 282 miles per hour, which was actually quite good, but the service ceiling was the one that really let it down. I don't know whether it was because of the length of it and the wingspan playing a major part, but one problem that really struggled. So if you were approaching the Alps with a service ceiling of maximum 17,000 feet, you're going to have a bumpy ride. You're going to have to go through it. With other bombers, they could go over it. So that was the thing. The one benefit of this was the maneuverability. Pilots loved it, and it can take a battering. Now here's another problem. So the service ceiling was not that great when it was fully loaded and fully fueled. The problem was the design of the bomb bay. It actually had 2 opening doors, so it had a row of 3. You could have a row of 3 bombs. It also had these really cool bomb compartments here. These squares here would actually open up so you can load it with bombs. The problem is the Royal Air Force were building cookies. They're a name for a bomb for £4,000. They were building 6,000 pounder, 8,000 pounder, 12,000 pounder, so on and so on. You could not fit anything bigger than a 2,000 pounder in this. So it took upon having different duties, such as mine laying, transport and towing aircraft on D-Day. 218 Squadron also taking part in Operation Glimmer. This is now flashy. I think it was. That flashing? I thought it was. Yeah, it is. Is it? Yeah, it is. Also the CV-22 Osprey. Is that flashing or is that this? So yes, as you know, with our history at Fairford, it had other duties. So it became the bomber that didn't bomb in the end. But never mind, no worries. That's what happens in technology. You improve upon it. Oh, hello. Don't know what we're getting here. CV-22 Osprey started up as well, but it could be flexing. So 15th of December, actually 2 days to the day in 1941, 419 Royal Canadian Air Force activated here at Milden Hall. On the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons of 419 and 17 of 149 took off in the 1,000 bomber raid. That's a total of 1,049 in total. 599 of those were Wellington bombers in that 1,000 bomber raid. 1942 saw 75 Squadron replace 419 and 115 Squadron arrived. 15 Squadron also arrived in Horsa gliders. They returned to Milden Hall for storage, and that was by 25 Glider Maintenance Squadron. They departed for the Mediterranean, for the theatre over there in March 1944. We also had 622 Bomber Squadron who activated from C Flight of 15 Squadron. 15 Squadron had LS, Lima Sierra, as their markings. November 1943 saw Lancasters and Halifaxes operate here, and both Lancaster and Halifaxes took off in raids over Berlin, and that was in March of 1944. They used to call that Big B as a code, well, not code, but slang for it. And of course, D-Day in 1944, 35 Lancasters of 15 Squadron and 622 Squadron hit and raided the Atlantic Wall on the 7th of the 6th, 1944, the day after D-Day. More targets were struck. Operations from RAF Mildenhall. December 1945 saw B-17s arrive, so this is now after the war, along with the Lincoln, the Avro Lincoln bomber. And 1947 to 48, the aerodrome, the runways, actually ceased to operate, so they can extend them. So they closed the runways to make them bigger and better. So amazing is the fact that we had Avro Lincolns here as well. So that was literally the successor to the Avro Lincoln, and that airframe actually became the Shackleton in the end, by the way, which is quite amazing. So a year, once it opened, once we started to get to 1950, of course, we had different operations here. We had the arrival of the United States Air Force. Now, unlike Lakenheath, it was a joint Royal Air Force and United States Air Force Base, and that was right up to 1959, with the tensions of the Cold War arising. So we had what's called a Strategic Air Command. Hello? Strategic Air Command that was here. An amazing aircraft that was here between 1950 onwards. We saw the B-50D Strato Fortress that was operating here. It was 22nd Bombardment Wing that was here, 93rd Bomb Wing and the 509th Bomb Wing, all operating the B-50D. We also had KC-97 Strato freighters here. KC-97s were amazing. B-47s were being supported, that were based at Fairford. And interestingly, why I mentioned the B-47 is because the 351st were actually over there along with at Brize Norton. The EC-135H Silk Purse was also operating here from the 513th Tactical Airlift Wing. C-130s, EC-135Hs, C-130E transporters, and then of course something amazing happened. The SR-71A Blackbird of the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, DET 4, stands for Detachment 4, were also operating here in 1976. They also had a rotational U-2 operations here as well, so U-2 and SR-71s. And that really took us until sort of the arrival of the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, and that was on the 1st of February 1992. But imagine SR-71s here, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Imagine doing a live stream. Oh, wow. How times change. Not sure if this is just flexing. Don't think I've ever seen one taxi from here before, but hey, never say never in the military world. Maybe getting our first arrival very shortly. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. So we've got a couple of aircraft running. So we've got this CV-22 Osprey and a KC-135. Looks like we've got another KC-135 pinging on ADSB, along with another one arriving shortly. Ospreys do sound good, don't they? Amazing. So it should all just start to pick up again. My name's Nick Ossam, your cameraman, historian and commentator. It gives me great pleasure to give you the history of aircraft, squadrons, wings, groups, bases, everything. You know it is. Joined us, don't forget to hit the like button. You've been cleared to touch and go, or give us a thumbs up on the like button as your checklist. Make sure you do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel as well. Hit that notification bell button if you want to know when we're live next, and you'll get notifications of our latest and greatest live streams and videos, along with shorts as well. Sunday short session, you know how it is. Do share, do care. Lovely that you all share our streams and videos. Thank you all so much for doing that. That's very nice. It does. It's so. I'm on my social media and I think, oh look, when did I post that? No, it was shared by one of our fans. So thank you again for all of you who hit the like and share. Really, really means a lot. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. We are on our way very shortly. Still a way to go yet, but we're on our way to 121,000 subscribers. A journey that's just absolutely magic. KC-135 will turn and skim Ely in just a moment. It will go on to long final, and away we go. Right, on the move is our KC-135. Look at this. I don't know where this one's from. The sky can have all three configurations dedicated to the drogue and probe method. It can have the drogue baskets. It can have two pods, one on each wing, along with a designated tail, but could also have a boom stick on the back, operated by the boom operator, but can still have two additional, one on each wing, the drogue pods. First flight in 1956, that's the 31st of August. A legendary aircraft, it really is. About 800 or so, just over 800 were ever built, and it was introduced in June 57. And it's one of 9 military fixed-wing aircraft with over 60 years continuous service. It's been a legendary aircraft designed to support Vietnam. Of course, Strategic Air Command with the B-52s. And it's still going. The tanker of tribute to engineering. A big shout out to the 100th LRS Logistics Readiness Squadron who get this going. We got what you need. Going on the overhead there. Let's just keep focused on our look at this one, man. I like this. Air Refueling Wing from Ohio Air National Guard. And it's also got a bit of airliner. Yeah, it has. It's got a bit of airliner. You know how now ladies do the the eyeliner there on the outer edges of the eyes. Look, I love that. A little bit of makeup on that. I love it. It's pretty good. So it's from Ohio, 121st Air Refueling Wing. Looks good. Up to 80 passengers in this. Empty weight, just while we're there, 98,392 pounds, and got a fuel capacity of 200,000 pounds. Powered by 4 CFM International F108s, 21,600 pounds of thrust. So it's just a little bit over a Eurofighter engine, EJ200 engine in each one. Amazing. About 85,000 pounds of thrust. love that nice missed approach, go around. Here we go. Hold on to your bearings. I love the flying of this pilot here. Look at this. Look at this. See ya! What an amazing touch and go. Ted's in awe. Out for the next approach on that one. Give me a sec, let's see what this is up to. That was on the move then. That is such a good looking aircraft, isn't it? Hello. Amazing. Yeah, moments of Brize there for a little bit, but I held my cool this time. Definitely moments of Brize there. Hello. This is taxi. Lincoln Eagle just taken off as well. This is just shut down. Elements of Brize there, man. I was like, the runway's over here and my head is there. Okay, that's interesting. Get beyond that tree a little bit and how's the bus going on there now? Hello. Landed from that is amazing. Cool. No fly-by-wire, may I add, on this. Just good old pilot machine. I need a cup of tea after that. And a bit of a, bit of a health check. They really know how to fly it here. They really know how to fly, man. Right, cup of tea definitely on that. Goodness me, it is freezing. Whew. To get the circuits. Whether it does raise your heartbeat or not, that was amazing. Well, that was pretty cool, that, wasn't it? This was just flexing. I'm going to have a quick cup of tea and just check to see if there's anything else that for the day. If not, we may have just a little quick break to see what's going on. And that's that finished then. I believe it's just flexing. Let's see. Really good. That was quite exciting, that, to say the least. Oh yeah. See what he thinks of all that. can hear one getting closer, but I'm not sure if that's the one that's taxied back. Let's have a look here now. I'll have another cup of tea because that's gone too quick.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Oh yeah.
up? How we doing, y'all? Season's greetings. How we doing, y'all? My name's Casey from West Coast. How you doing? Hope you're all good and well. Just reporting from the 100th LRS. That stands for Logistics Readiness Squadron. I got what you need. What's this? I sniff 100th Air Refeuling wing KC-135. Named after me, you know. That's right, it's Team Milden Hall. If you need anything, I got what you need.
Nice to see KC there. Casey, you all right? Casey, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do, man?
Well, right on. How we doing, y'all? Yeah, that's right. Forming part of the QA, quality assurance. That's right. We're the pieces of the puzzle here. That's right. They want it, we got it. We organize everything and bringing everything from our experience into the trade, whether you're fully experienced or not. I'll give you a little bit of it behind the scenes. Our mission really is to process aircraft parts in order to maintain an accurate supply of a system on base. We're on the flight line, you know. That's right. Whether we're monitoring and checking the fire extinguishers, we can always check out, make sure everything's all tip-top. I mean, have you ever thought about the fire extinguishers here? They need checking, they need servicing. You need parts? Well, we organize the parts here. That's right, we color coordinate them from blue, red, brown, green. They all mean different things. Some can be repaired. Some, well, they need a little bit of TLC, you know what I mean? We also have unserviceable repair items that are unable to be used on the flight line until they're in need of repair. Sometimes we have the condemned, we call those UC, unserviceable condemned items that are not really able to be salvaged, you know, and seen better days. You know, a bit like KFC at 3 in the morning. Don't really happen, does it? Serviceable is all, my friends. Items that are repaired, ready for the FSCS, you know, back to the rotation. Usually start our day receiving DFMs. That's what due in for maintenance. Making sure all the paperwork matches all the parts. That's right. We got what you need. That's what we do. And communication is also vital as well, you know, out of the 100th on base with the 100th maintenance squadrons, the 352nd and 95 Reconnaissance Squadron. When they need stuff, we're like, we got what you need. Let me get my checklist. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, that's good all leg and Eve. Anyway, season greetings, y'all. I got what you need, but I don't have any.
Well, thanks, KC, there for explaining a little bit about what you do. KC does actually come from Milden Hall. Let's see if we've got that KC-135 taxiing out. I can hear one spooling in the distance there. Sounds like it's getting closer, doesn't it?
Could be. We could be lucky.
we're on. We've got another departure. Come on, let's wrap. It's got a squawk code. It's just been given a squawk, so that's good. Lovely, so we've got another departure. Happy days. Here we go. Yeah, you see, it hasn't quite got the airliner on the eyelash on the eyes, look like our other one from the Ohio Air Guard. Look, can you see that on the front? Those flicks. They've got the King's crown on it now. That's Milden Hall's, Lakenheath, Green and Common, Brampton, and a whole load more. Same station crest. Oh, look at this! Look at this with the MC-130 in the background. Yes! Love shots like that. So that's known as a close copy. station press that are the same. It's called a close copy. You've got Kirk Newton. There's quite a few. The only exception and difference is the name inside the blue circle to identify the station. That's giving it some, isn't it? Look at this. Cool. Shifting it. Whoa. That ain't landing. Oh, yeah, give it some. Yeah. I mean, look at that sky. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Okay, I'll just let that go past that tree. I'll just get myself ready for the unknown of what this is going to do. Actually, it's not what it's going to do, it's how it's going to do it. Let's have a look. this one a little bit wide just for a minute. Okay, that's probably gone out to, or may go out to Ely and then turn around, so we'll keep an eye on that. we are. Never know, might get lucky. It is turning shorter than I anticipated. It is coming round already on final. Ely isn't far from here at all. Another option. So low approach, touch and go at the pilot's discretion. Here we go, another circuit coming up. 180. southerly breeze there. How we doing? Mark Moody, Perez, Williams, Gaz, Wilkes, Marco Baxter, Davey, Chris Bloxham, Abro Vulcan, Fanatic. How you doing? Not Captain Weber, Dexter, Paladin. I guess that's Matt Clark, Leah. I'm trying to remember all your names on here with what they were before, but there we go. Whew. Goodness me, hope you're all good. Thanks for staying with us today. Don't forget, if you haven't done so already, to hit the like, cleared for the option. You know how it is. And an oi oi to you. Hope you're all good. But yeah, tomorrow looks emotional, I think. The last time I checked for the weather. Let me have a look again. I'm just going to double check before I go, because I don't think we're going to be about tomorrow. We're not really up for swimming tomorrow. Yeah, it looks emotional. It's not as bad as what they said it would be, though. Let's have a look. It's not as bad as what they said, but it is emotional from about 11, so early morning. And the rest of it is emotion. Sounds like some sort of engine running. Nice to have a runway 10. It's nice to mix it up. That's what I love about this spot. It's really good. Get the best of both. The sun's in pretty much the right place. Or we're in the right place. There's me. Gear's not down yet. This ain't landing. Oh, this looks good. Look at this. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Yep. Slow approach. beautiful, that. Absolutely stunning. Keep an eye on this Osprey for a minute. I guess the last one there on the right. Vaina as well, take care, not Captain Weber, William Gaswill, Smart Moody. How's it going? Jan Clark as well, good to see you all on here. Oi oi to all of you, all of our fans, Flying Duke, Perez, Matman Bush, how you doing as well? Oi oi. So, someone's asked what are they, what is under the wings of the MC-130J. There are two types of ordnance on the MC-130J. That is their own drop tanks, their external fuel tanks, and pods for air-to-air refueling other aircraft. Okay, so they'll have two drogue pods, so they can refuel two aircraft, and we've seen that example at Riyadh at the Royal International Air Tattoo. How Milden Hall can be. It can be extremely quiet, or have a spell of being quiet, and then suddenly it all explodes into lots of circuits and lots of departures. Sometimes lots of incoming aircraft, sometimes one after the other. Sometimes you'll be waiting here all day. It's so random, but the thing is, it does offer a variety of aviation. So you can see the so the ones on the, I think it's on the inside. Let's have a quick look. So you got, so they have their own external fuel tanks for, of course, longer range, and then you've got refueling pods to refuel other aircraft. I'm wondering if it's the outer, yeah, I would say the outer ones, right? Yeah, that would make sense. The outer pods are the refueling pods. The MC-130J itself is refueled via boomstick, and that's just behind the cockpit. hoses inside the outer pods that you can see. They're the refueling pods. That is, yes, correct. Didn't we see them refuel? Didn't we see the C-130 refuel Tornadoes react? I'm pretty sure. So, yes, that is correct. I'm pretty sure that the MC-130J can, without problem, refuel an F-35B and a Typhoon. Correct. And I'm pretty sure it was Tornadoes that we've seen at. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Right, something's running over there, isn't it? And yeah, you heard it from one of our fans. Do hit the like button. Let's try and get 1,000 likes today. Let's see if we can do it. certainly given us some good visuals today, the MC-130J. And that's flown by the 67th Special Operations Squadron. You don't mess with them, I'm telling you. They can fly in austere, non-posh, hostile environments. Don't forget with your Milden Hall bingo, as long as it's flying, if it's an aircraft and it's flying, it counts. Don't expect to see a flying hare, but if you do see a flying hare, then you win the show. Yeah, here we go. Should be turning now on final very shortly. Certainly going up some pace. I'll keep an eye on that, see if it's going out to Ely and then turn around. Yeah, good to see you on here, Debbie. Hope you enjoyed the Ted Coningsby party end of year. Right, no wonder I couldn't see it. It's a bit lower than usual. Let's have a look. It's a little bit lower than usual. There we go. Gear's not down, so. Oh, look at that. There's a bit of punchy southerly gust, crosswind style. Look at that crabbing away. Look at this. over there. Lake Heath, just 5 miles in the direction of the Backwards Pro. Built after Milden Hall. Milden Hall built in 1934 and Feltwell 1936. And right bang in the middle, completed in 1940, is the Lake Heath. Right in the middle, so a tri-star of USAF bases. I don't know if we're going to get with reference to a departure on the CV-22, but we'll see. You never know. For viewing here at the Nook campsite closed at 1600, but I will be finishing very shortly. It's Kimberly's birthday today, her 17th birthday, to celebrate. can see the APU running, the auxiliary power unit over there. Non-stop now, isn't it? lot for your birthday wishes for Kimberly. Very kind of you, Vina. Thank you very much, and everyone else who's sent birthday wishes. Ted's still got to do his guards marches. Actually, I haven't done any guards marches because when I was about to, it all started kicking off, didn't it? Nice.
is down already, it hasn't been retracted.
Just wondering if we're going to get the Ospreys just before we finish up. Does look a little bit likely, doesn't it? It's the generator. There's the... don't know. Really, well, whatever happens, happens, isn't it, right? On, here we go. Sounds like an F-15. It is. Getting lots of circuits here at Milden Hall. Don't forget, someone mentioned about population. Well, don't forget this stands in as far as infrastructure in the historical sense. The amount of crew, you're going to need a supply of water. So these classic water towers, probably from the Second World War, I would have thought. They look a bit in that time period. Different designs, creating the pressure as well to supply the water. Just further down. Water tower here. So look at the design structure. Yeah, it looks quite an old one as well. Still going, still standing. It's a bit of an icon, bit of a landmark icon for Milden Hall. Some classic designs. There's one at Glatton. Of course, you get some really nice sort of concrete ones, all sorts of styles and beautiful style. The purpose of water towers is to create pressure to supply a village, a small town with water, surrounding areas. So it creates pressure, because otherwise if you didn't have it, the water will be really flowing out the taps. Impressive. Well, that's a great way to see that with that stop. Yeah, there's a lot of listed buildings and hangar from pre or around the Second World War. I've got a picture of it's between sort of 39 and 1940. The picture that I've got around that time with the Wellingtons going over it. Absolutely amazing. To 10 new US flag with this one, or fix it. I hope it doesn't come off, Ted, in this. Yeah, we might have to fix that, mate. It's here we go. So KJ 300-680, thank you very much for your 23 months membership. All everyone, have a great day. Stuart Skeggs celebrating 24 months, also with the fighter squadron as well. Stuart Skeggs, thank you very much. Congratulations on your 2 years of Ted Coningsby membership. Who's put Eeyore, yeah, I know that joke. 24 months with the greatest military aircraft streaming channel. Yeah. Colin Scrim, not far behind with 23 months. And who's put, I hope everyone has a great festive period. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker as well. Guards March. Ginger Bailey as well, thank you for the super sticker. Guards March to you. Smash Drax, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us. Making more recruits is Babsar, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Sally Cullum, thank you very much for 30 months membership. Awesome show and history, thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Jan Clark, happy birthday Kimberly. Love from us and dogs. Thanks a lot, Jan, for your super chat. A Guards March to you. Ali Leyland, something for Kimberly today. Happy birthday from me and Lee. Lots of love. Thanks a lot for your birthday wishes for Kimberly. Guards March, thank you very much, Ali. And to Lee as well. And Melanie Whitlock, 9746 members, 26 months, Guards March. Good morning, 8 days till Christmas, nice. Keith Smith, thank you very much, a Guards March to you. Thank you very much for the super chat. Oi Nikos, Ted, Claire Bear, Spanner Crew and all the TCS. Have a great Christmas, everyone. Stevie H with 17 months membership. Merry Christmas to all the TCS and a great 2026. Guards March, thanks for the super sticker. Margot, thank you very much. We Stevie Boy, thanks for the super sticker as well. Ryan Acosta, thanks for the super chat. Guards March. We Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March to you. Who's put Christmas is very close now. It is. Well, Captain Weber making more Ted Coningsby recruits. Thank you very much, KT Weber, sending a gifted a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. Debbie Brooks, can you wish me a happy birthday for tomorrow? Oh, happy birthday and a bear hug for Debbie Brooks. Guards March. And Ginger Bailey, thanks for the super sticker. Guards March to you. Today, it's been a good one, hasn't it? So we see this off. Well, what a day we've had. Thank you very much, everyone who's tuned in. Now, well, that's the MC-130 there. Ted, you look at all bundled. I love this. It's all good. So the plan is possibly one more stream at Milden Hall next week, but I'm not sure if it's open. So I'm going to have to do some, either just turn up and hope for the best, because otherwise I don't know where we're going to go. Well, we could easily just go to Lake Neath if we have to, but my plan is, but if I don't see you all before then, Team Milden Hall, RAF Mildenhall, with all your units and wonderful squadrons and groups and units and every element of you, thank you very much, and hope you all have a smashing Christmas and New Year. And I know it must be quite difficult to be away from your family as well. Don't forget the US personnel with their families, not in Britain. A big salute, and I hope you have season's greetings as well to all of you. So our US fans and viewers, thank you very much, and salute to all of you who have their relatives working at Mildenhall, because hopefully we're coming back next week. But I thought I'll say it now just in case. So Team Mildenhall, thank you very much for today. It's been amazing. Lady Shenta Teddy Bears, our fans and members, salute to all of you. Thank you very much. My name's name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator here at RAF Mildenhall, along with Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. And I hope you all have a great rest of the day or evening or afternoon. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah yeah.